downtown Cincinnati today, the Cubs and Reds wrap up a long series, and the Cubs trying to avoid a 5-game sweep. We're at Great American Ballpark, and we welcome Cub fans from all over the country watching on WGN America, America's home for baseball. Great to have you with us. Jim DeShays, Len Casper with you. The Cubs winning their first 4 on the trip. They've dropped their last 6. But Anthony Rizzo has stayed very consistent and very good throughout.
Yeah, swinging the bat very well in this series against the Cincinnati Reds, putting up outstanding numbers. And you can still vote for Anthony Rizzo on that final spot on the All-Star team. This is off Mike Leake. And this is off the left-hander Holmberg. He's gone deep 3 times in this series, now has 20. This is off Alfredo Simon, a guy the Cubs didn't do much against last night, but he picked down a fastball from the big fella, hit that one into the seat. So Rizzo, after struggling a little bit at the start of the trip, has really gotten hot. Here are the numbers: 20 home runs, where he ranks among National League first basemen, first in that department, 3rd in slugging, 3rd in runs scored, and 5th in runs driven in.
And he's only 1 home run off the entire National League lead. Giancarlo Stanton has 21. We've got another Major League debut today. It's right-hander Kyle Hendricks on the mound.
A finesse guy, good command, great walk numbers throughout his minor league career. He was the Cubs minor league pitcher of the year last year, acquired in 2012 from the Rangers in the Dempster deal. 10-5 with a 3.59 ERA, 17 starts at AAA Iowa.
Veteran Homer Bailey got off to a slow start, has been really good lately, and you see what he's done against the Cubs.
Yeah, last 2 starts against the Cubs back in April. 6 a shutout. That was at Wrigley, and then on June 24th, also at Wrigley, 5 1/3. The Cubs got to him, 4 hits, 4 runs.
It has been a series of Major League debuts for the Chicago Cubs. Tyoshi Wada the other night on the mound. Last night, Arismendi Alcantara. Today, Kyle Hendricks against the Reds next. Chicago Cubs baseball brought to you by Budweiser. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds. Ford, manufacturers of America's best-selling brand. Check out our best-selling lineup at your local Ford store or online at localfordstores.com. And by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. Cubs baseball in high definition on WGN TV is brought to you by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. Those are Anthony Rizzo's shoes, and he is going to give those shoes to one of his Twitter followers who have joined the vote. If you simply go to Twitter and put hashtag vote Rizzo up there, that counts as a vote for the All-Star game. Chris Coghlan swings at the first pitch from Homer Bailey, and a drive to deep center. And it's caught by Chris Heisey. He may have taken away a home run. In for Billy Hamilton today. I think that ball would have gotten out.
Yeah, first pitch ambush from Coghlan.
No, it would have hit the top of the fence, but it would have been 2, maybe 3 bases. What a play. Wow.
Hard to make the case that the Reds are weakened defensively now with the play Heisey just made in center.
Well, this team can really pick it. So 1 pitch and 1 eventful out, and here's Arizmendi Alcantara, second big league game, 0 for 4 in his debut last night. Switch hitter playing second. We'll get you the rest of the Cubs Mazda lineup here in a second. More on this starting pitcher, Homer Bailey, off the plate inside.
Well, Bailey, one of the real horses in the game, hard throwing right-hander, mid to upper 90s fastball. And there's the numbers: 8-5, 4.15 the ERA through 18 starts. 5-2 in his home ballpark with a 3.59.
Swing and a miss for strike 3. A couple of good splits there to end that at bat. Now the rest of the Cubs lineup brought to you by Mazda in the 2014 Mazda 3 with seamless connectivity. Yeah, Anthony's name today is Vote. Starlin Castro right behind him. Luis Valbuena at third. Ryan Sweeney in center. Nate Scherholtz will play right. John Baker, the catcher, in a good stretch offensively. And again, the debut of Kyle Hendricks. Well, Rizzo has certainly come through since his name was put on that final roster spot ballot. He has homered each of the last 3 days. That's 3 out of 4 games. The Cubs have a day-night doubleheader here on Tuesday, and he just got drilled.
Well, and that's, you know, he is right on top of home plate, and he's been turning on pitches inner half. So you could anticipate Bailey going hard in on Rizzo here today, and I expect to see a lot more of this from pitchers in the National League because he's right out over the plate, and he's having a lot of success with this approach, and they're going to start to push back. The good ones are, the smart ones will. The other ones he'll continue to punish.
Well, that one stung. Anthony not real thrilled about it.
Well, that's the price you pay when you get up on top of the plate like that. I mean, it's. He is so big and strong by getting on top of the plate. When the pitcher shoots for the outer third, that's a pitch he can easily not only get to, but drive.
Here's Castro. He's got Vote Rizzo on his spikes as well. Trying to have his teammate join him in Minneapolis. Just underway, 2 down, first inning. Rizzo at first. Bailey to the plate. And it's a strike called. Power slider.
I saw Heisey make that play in center field. Let's see who else is on the field. It's a different look for the Reds today. You'll notice no Hamilton, no Phillips, no Mesoraco, no Bruce. So you get Ludwig and Schumacher in the outfield. Frazier, Cozart, Santiago, Pena third to first, and Tucker Barnhart behind the plate.
So the last time Bailey faced the Cubs, it was a 7-3 Cubs win. Jake Arrieta was perfect into the 7th that particular night. Bailey set down the first 11 Cubs. Anthony Rizzo broke up his perfect game bid with a 2-out homer in the 4th. And then things kind of fell apart on him after that. Since then, he's been really good. Cozart will get it to Santiago, and that will end the Cubs' first. Reds coming up against youngster Kyle Hendricks in his debut. Reds lineup, as JD mentioned, Chris Heisey in center, Billy Hamilton day-to-day with a tight hammy, Skip Schumacher in for Bruce in right, Todd Frazier, the all-star, bats third, Brian Pena at first, Joey Votto's on the DL, Ludwig in left, Santiago in for Phillips, he's got a sprained thumb, Cozart, Barnhart, and Bailey.
Take a look at the Cubs defensively this afternoon. Coughlin, Sweeney, Shearholtz left, center, right. Valbuena, Castro, Alcantara, and Vodrizzo on the infield. John Baker behind the plate for Kyle Hendricks. It's debut week here on WGN. Kyle Hendricks 10-5 with a 3.59 ERA at AAA Iowa, PCL All-Star. And off he goes.
6'3", 190 came over in the Ryan Dempster trade back on July 31st, 2012. Third baseman Christian Villanueva also coming to the Cubs. Hendricks last year was the minor league pitcher of the year in the system.
Yeah, he is not an overpowering guy. Sinks his fastball, has a real good changeup.
3-0 to start it here against Chris Heisey, who took away extra bases from Coughlin on that nice play in center.
When you ask scouts about Kyle Hendricks, his best tool, his command, and a leadoff walk, despite that third pitch was a real good pitch. But control and command guy with a high pitching IQ, well, high IQ period, and economics degree from Dartmouth University. Now he's going to have to pitch around this leadoff walk.
From California, born in Newport. 8th rounder of the Rangers in 2011 out of Dartmouth. 5 straight misses to start the ball game. Dallas Beeler sent back to AAA Iowa to accommodate Hendricks on the roster. Beeler with his second big league start took the loss last night.
Yeah, here comes John Baker out just to kind of slow him down a little bit, calm down, take a deep breath. He's wondering where were those pitches. There were a couple of really good pitches in that first sequence.
Mark Wegner is back at the plate today.
Ricky Renteria ejected in the ball game last night on a close call, a fair foul call down the third baseline. That was by Andy Fletcher, who's over at second base today.
3-0. I think that's Mark Wegner. That's not his normal number.
Do you know the umpire's numbers? That would be really deep.
47, I thought.
Middle of the plate with Sink. Shooting for the corner, can't find it.
Ball 4. Well, he is 14, so must have changed it this year. Hi, Mark.
Well, not the way Kyle Hendricks had planned it. That fastball running off the outside edge for ball 4. Much of the typical Thunder in the Reds lineup not in the lineup, so this guy becomes priority number 1, Todd Frazier. But before this all happens, Chris Bosio is going to saunter on out there.
All right, this is not strategy, obviously. This has just got to be a. You're fine.
Yeah.
Take a breath.
Yep.
Take it all in. Now go get a ground ball.
Yeah, maybe. Look, yeah, they're big league hitters, but they're not all Babe Ruth. So stuff that worked for your AAA. If you execute it here, it'll probably work here. Now, when a pitcher like Hendricks with that two-seam fastball misses up and away repeatedly, a lot of times you'll tell him, hey, let's throw the cutter, throw breaking ball, something that makes you really focus on finishing the pitch. And maybe that'll help you with your release point on your sinker.
And this guy's not only a big leaguer, but he's an all-star for the first time. Todd Frazier. He will also compete for the National League and the Home Run Derby.
Man, come on. Where's that pitch? Right there.
Fouled off. Yeah, see, the thing you don't want him to have to do is elevate to try to get called strikes. Frazier pops it up. This will be the first out. Well, tweet us and hashtag vote Rizzo and hashtag WGN Cubs. You can do it in the same tweet. Send us your photo. And dance while you're doing it. Why not? It's a Thursday afternoon. It's a good time to dance. One strike on Bryant Pena, switch hitter. He made a couple of really nice plays with the glove down there at first. He's a catcher by trade, but the Reds mixing and matching over at first with Votto on the DL.
He was rather cat-like, very nimble down there at first base in that ball game. Doesn't look like it. Looks like your prototypical squatty catcher, but he moved around well at first base. Kyle Hendricks had an outstanding ground ball rate down in the minor leagues. That would serve him well here. Pena doesn't run well.
Hendricks was a non-roster invitee to spring training. Getting his first shot here in the big leagues today.
Here's the changeup. It's drifting out away, but he gets Pena to offer at it.
Still 1-2 on Pena. The pitch outside. Ludwig on deck. Two base runners, both walks to start the inning.
Good action on his changeup. He needs to start it on the plate a little bit more to get swings and misses. That was a problem for Beeler last night. Didn't get many swings and misses. Dallas ended up walking 4 in the ball game. Tougher, in my opinion, for guys like Beeler and Hendricks when they first break into the big leagues, because they just can't overpower you with stuff.
Right.
So you know, they kind of got to learn the league and get a little comfortable out there. And you're a little anxious. You're misfiring some. You can get away with that a little bit if you're a guy who throws 96 miles an hour.
That's a sign from Baker. There's his 2-2, and it's lined into the right field corner. Heisey scores. Schumacher's going to be held at third. It's a double for Bryant Pena. Well, no Hamilton in the lineup. He's done a ton of damage in this series. Mesoraco has against the Cubs. Jay Bruce. But guys like Pena and Santiago have pitched in a lot in this series, too.
Yeah, Santiago's had a big series. And then you're always fearful. You see a lineup like the one the Reds ran out here today, and you're thinking, wow, this is a nice break for the Hendricks kid. Kind of a soft lineup that Brian Price is putting on the field today. You see it time and time again, the so-called weaker lineup coming through with a big day offensively.
Still only one out. Runners is second and third. Rizzo in about even with a bag. Everybody else back. Doesn't matter. Base hit center field. Schumacher scores. Pena to third. It's 2-0. Ryan Ludwig with an RBI hit.
Tries to get the jump on Ludwig with a breaking ball. Ludwig rips that one into center field. Right now, Kyle Hendricks doesn't have any answers. Getting squeezed a little bit by the home plate umpire. Just got to keep your wits about you. Easier said than done. A lot of anxiety making a major league debut. The thing I remember most was just not being able to feel my legs.
That makes it tough, doesn't it?
Yeah, when you're numb, it's hard to compete.
Normally light hitting Ramon Santiago's had a big series. 5 out of 9. His average has gone from 186 to 235.
A couple doubles among those 5 hits. A couple driven in.
That's both ways. And he dunks one into left. Will send Pena to the dish. Ludwig now will make third as Coghlan dropped it. Be a single and an error. It's 3-0.
Cubs have dropped 6 in a row, and boy, what a terrible start to this ball game. Not a bad pitch in terms of the location, but another good swing of the bat by Santiago. The misplay by the normally dependable Coghlan allows both runners to move up.
And it goes without saying, especially with all these young starting pitchers now we're starting to see, really got to tighten up the defense.
Well, yeah, you got pitch to contact guys. A lot of balls are going to be put in play.
Infield in and a 1-0. Kozar takes a strike. Strike 2. Kozar has had an impact with his glove in this series. Ground ball foul. He pitched a contact guy, but he would love a swing and a miss here.
Yeah, and the strikeout numbers down in the minor leagues were good. He had 97 strikeouts in 102 innings. Only walked 23. Did a lot of things that you like. Kept the ball in the ballpark. He walked 2 or fewer in 15 of his 17 starts.
So you think nerves an issue today?
Oh yeah.
He walked the first 2 he faced.
I think nerves, and I think he got squeezed a little bit there too. But yeah, the nerves, and there's also a tendency to, when you come to the big leagues, you give the big league hitters a little too much credit. Maybe you lose a little bit of your aggressiveness, trying to just pick at the corners, and the longer you're in the league, the more you understand which hitters you can be more aggressive with, who you have to tiptoe around.
Count holding it 2 apiece. The pitch. Buena now has Ludwig caught between third and home.
Just run him back. There's a man on third base.
So it'll still be second and third with 2 outs. A few too many throws there, but they eventually got him. .526.5 to get Ludwig.
Yeah, instead of that pump fake right there, that throw's got to go home immediately and let Baker run Ludwig back to third base. The first throw allows the back runners to move up. And then a couple of throws you didn't need to make because there's a guy standing at third. Fortunately, they didn't bobble it or drop it or throw it away.
They will intentionally walk the 8-hitter Barnhart with first base open and go after the pitcher Bailey.
Just trying to give Kyle Hendricks his best chance to get out of this disastrous first inning.
There's ball 3. So the Reds will send all 9 to the plate here in the first inning.
You got to be careful here. Bailey swings the bat pretty well. So just lay one down the middle.
161 in his career. 152 this season. And he knows he'll take the mound in the second with at least a 3-run lead. Right field, Sherholtz coming over, and he's got room and foul ground to end the inning. They score 3 and strand 3 on 3 hits. Hey, Cub fans, if you want to manage the game along with Rick Renteria, log on to WGNTV.com right now. Click on the WGN Sports Game Zone banner and connect to all the up-to-the-minute stats and info while watching at home. Game Zone is sponsored by The Great Escape. Pools, patio sets, play sets, hot tubs, and more. Welcome to the ballpark, Luke. Nice day, 78 degrees and sunny.
Who's Luke?
Luke was the kid with the sign. It said Luke's first MLB game.
That. I wasn't paying attention.
Appreciate your honesty. You were listening, though.
I was listening. I got papers here, computer, so many other things to look at.
So Bailey back to work, gave up a base runner in the first, a hit batter. Got some help from his center fielder on the very first pitch. of the contest, and a fastball missing to Luis Valbuena.
Well, with the injuries last night to Hamilton and Phillips, we had a pretty good idea they wouldn't be in the lineup today. Votto's on the disabled list. Bruce and Mesoraco getting a day off here today. My guess is Brian Price talked to Homer Bailey at some point last night, maybe, and said, here's what I'm thinking. So don't come into the clubhouse tomorrow, see the lineup card, and feel like you're getting ambushed by playing all the these backup guys. That would be good managing. Here's my plan. These guys need a rest. These guys are banged up. And appeal to his sense of, hey, you're the man. Go out there and win. It's a ball game with your big right arm.
Count now at the limit, 3-2. Hit hard but foul. Cubs injury report is sponsored by Illinois Bone and Joint Institute, and what the Cubs are up against today, not including two guys who had to leave early last night. Phillips with the sprained thumb, Hamilton with a tightness in his hamstring. Illinois Bone and Joint Institute, helping you move better so you could live better. Visit ibji.com. Bailey gets Valbuena. Is that a splitter?
And good action on the off-speed pitch at 87.
Low and in on Ryan Sweeney. Reds are very much in it. 49 and 42 now, only 2.5 back of struggling Milwaukee. Reds have won 5 in a row. Brewers have dropped 4 straight. They're trying to avoid a 4-game sweep against the Phillies.
Cardinals have won 3 in a row from Pittsburgh, so they're just 2 behind Milwaukee, and the Pirates 4.5 back. It's about as tight as it's been for Milwaukee in a good long while. Shaping up to be a wild second half.
Three 3-0 on Sweeney. Here's a pitch.
Really puts a lot of pressure on the front offices of those 4 clubs. A chance to be a real difference maker for their teams if they can, in the Reds instance, maybe it's an outfield bat, corner outfield, maybe an arm in the bullpen.
Sharply hit, but backhanded by Santiago at second. And we got a very special birthday wish to pass along today. Hall of Famer Andre Dawson with a big birthday. Number 60. Born on this date, 1954. Rookie of the Year in 77. He was an Expo then. He was the National League MVP and a last place club with the Cubs in 1987. One of our all-time favorites. He doesn't look or act like he's 60, does he?
Oh, he's in great shape. He's probably still at least a 3-tool player.
Yeah, the speed maybe has diminished a little bit. Hawk didn't walk a ton, but he didn't strike out a ton either for a guy who hit a lot of home runs. 3 times he struck out over 100 times in a season. Cubs making good contact today. They're generally hitting into outs. Sherholtz grounds out 3-zip Cincy early. Southwest Airlines Wrigley 100 moment. I don't know how many people have seen that photo, but it's pretty cool. July 9th, 1937. Construction begins on the iconic Wrigley Field scoreboard. And they started to plant the ivy as well on the walls. That Wrigley 100 moment brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Find Southwest Airlines fares online only at southwestairlines.com. Can't wait to get back to the old ballpark tomorrow. Braves and Cubs to wrap up the first half. This trip has felt like it's gone on for a long time. 11 games in 10 days.
Well, yeah,
but
it's the
boy,
third really long road trip of the season already. Here you go. More depth on that breaking ball.
So Hendricks walked the first two he faced in his debut. Yeah, voting ends today, just after this ball game ends. Bounced foul. The first inning out of the way, and hopefully now Hendricks can just pitch, settle in a little bit, and give his team some innings.
Well, he clearly has an idea of what he wants to do out there. He's not just deferring to John Baker. We've seen him shake him off 2 or 3 times. A lot of times with a young pitcher, you see a hesitancy to impose their will. You know, whatever the catcher wants, I'll throw it.
Swing and a miss, strike 3, and Baker will toss that baseball into the Cubs dugout. That's the first career strikeout for Hendricks.
He missed his spot, but he got his man. Trying to go down and away, and the fastball runs up and in and gets a swing through from Heisey.
Schumacher lines right to Valbuena. Let's step aside and see what's coming up on WGN. Back here in Cincinnati, the Cubs and the Reds for the 5th time in the last 4 days. Awkward swing there by Todd Frazier. Teams don't play a lot of 5-game series, but the last time the Reds swept a 5-gamer, 1976.
Well, if he can repeat that, a change up to his glove side, that's impressive.
He got him.
Well, the second one was a lot better than the first.
Yeah, it was. After a rough first, he faced 9. He gets all 3 here in the second.
The MLB is doing this All-Star Game final vote thing, and Anthony Rizzo is one of the 5 candidates. You can vote for Anthony by sending your tweet to Vote Rizzo hashtag, and that goes to 3 o'clock Central Time today. Each hashtag tweet counts as 1 vote. And you can still text N4, that's the letter N, the number 4, to 89629, or you can vote at MLB.com/vote. So a lot of ways you can support Anthony Rizzo in his bid to become an All-Star.
We got a tweet here a minute ago from Afghanistan, watching us on the Armed Forces Network, and also tweeting Vote Rizzo. Thank you, sir. Did not have a name on his Twitter timeline, but we appreciate you watching, and thanks for all you do.
Stay safe.
1-0 on John Baker. His battery mate on deck, Hendricks. 2 balls, no strikes. John got off to a tough start at the plate. Hit into some tough luck, but a lot better lately. 355 over his last 11 contests.
Yeah, stay true to the process. Keep having good at-bats. Keep hitting the ball hard. The hits will start to fall in for you. That's the theory, anyway.
By the way, if you're curious, it's 9:45 p.m. in Afghanistan.
I wasn't curious, but I'm glad I know that now.
Yeah. Stands really jut out near the foul line in that area, so not a whole lot of room to make a catch, unless you're a fan.
Appears to be a pretty good crowd here this afternoon. There was a good crowd last night. I don't know how good they were, but there was a lot of people here.
Ball 4, leadoff walk.
I'm not qualified to speak to their character.
Hey, Cub fans, make sure you check out Len and JD's baseball blog, sponsored by Jeff Vukovich, your nationwide insurance agent serving the area for 36 years. To join the nation, contact Jeff at jeffvuk.com. Nationwide is on your side. Hendricks, first plate appearance, bunts foul. Career in the minors, 4 for 51. Orville Velasquez, the name of the fine gentleman who tweeted us from Afghanistan.
Well, down 3, got a chip away here, and certainly going to help his cause by getting a successful sacrifice down.
Throw goes to second, and they got him there on a close play, so it'll be a fielder's choice for Hendricks. A little bit of a risky play by Barnhart there with a 3-0 lead, but he got the lead man.
Yeah, and I don't know if Frazier or somebody, I could hear somebody yelling 2-2-2-2-2. But
Ricky Renteria is going to come out and have him take a look, maybe.
Well, it's similar to the Atlanta play the other day in New York. Does he feel like the infielder came off the bag? No. Got confirmation from the dugout that the call was correct, so he's going to retreat.
Yep, good call. Now, by the way, if Cozart had come off the bag, might we have had the Braves Mets situation?
Exactly, yeah.
Coughlin offered at the first pitch of the ball game and nearly had a double or a triple, but was robbed by Chris Heisey.
Here's the replay by Heisey out there at center field. It's our speed replay, and it's brought to you by Xfinity. Coughlin, first pitch of the game with a bid for extra bases, and Heisey in for Hamilton up against the wall to take away extra bases. Xfinity. It's your home for the most live sports. And you see exciting things like that.
Another ball hit deep into the outfield and off the wall. He just missed a home run there. Hendricks will be stopped at third. First hit of the ball game for the Cubs. Coghlan had his 9-game hitting streak end last night, but he's had 2 really good at bats here today.
Yeah, on the ground all 4 times last night for Coghlan, but he's driving the ball again here this afternoon, and this is something he's been doing a lot of frequently. Line drives, driving the ball over the outfielders' heads. A couple home runs in this series, and 2 near misses today.
Colin Riley checks in from Germany, watching us today.
Now that failed sack can become a moot point if Alcantara can deliver here.
In the air,
do it, I don't think.
Heisey makes the catch. Hendricks on his way toward the plate. The throw there is late, so Alcantara does not have a hit, but he does have an RBI. And Hendricks able to circle the bases after his fielder's choice bunt. 3-1.
Wow, how about that? Heisey with a couple of steps after the catch to set up, and that proves to be a difference maker as the throw's a little bit up the line, and Hendricks able to slip by. So Gary Jones trusting Kyle Hendricks being a good enough athlete to score in that relatively shallow fly ball.
Coghlan also advanced, and here's Rizzo.
Now this would be a good at bat for Anthony to take a little extra time, step out, let Kyle Hendricks gather himself there in the visiting dugout.
And he pops it up. Foul territory. Pena falls down, but he made the catch. Wasn't pretty, but he got it done. Make sure you vote Rizzo on Twitter. 3-1 Reds.
Full of mayo is gross.
Wrigleyville Rooftops has premier seating for up to 200 guests for corporate gatherings, family reunions, and bachelor or bachelorette parties. Individual and group tickets are available for all games. For more details, it's WrigleyvilleRooftops.com, or you can call 773-248-ROOF.
Hey, Cubs are meeting with the Landmark Commission today in Chicago.
That's right.
The renovation plan, trying to move that forward.
That would be a good thing. Hendricks a rough first, a perfect second. What will happen in the third as he faces Brian Pena? Pena with an RBI double and a run, and another interesting catch on a foul pop-up to end the top of this inning. Low for ball one. That's a strike.
Yeah, he's kind of finding the release point with that changeup.
Uncle Stevens at Arlington Heights watching us on good old Channel 9. Bouncer to Alcantara, and he makes the play. 5 in a row sent down by Hendricks since the intentional walk of Barnhart.
So tomorrow the Cubs come home to celebrate the 1960s. Visit WrigleyField100.com. You'll find all the details on the celebration there. The Braves are in town. 3-game series Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Cubs.com to purchase your tickets.
Braves trying to avoid a 4-game sweep in New York. I think their game is tonight. Yeah, so they've got a night game in New York, and then have to fly to Chicago for late afternoon start. Ryan Ludwig with a home run. 2 for 2 today, and it's 4-1 Cincinnati.
Well, looked like they were trying to go down and away with maybe a cutter or maybe that changeup, but whatever it was, it drifted up and in a little bit.
Ludwig has seen 3 pitches today and is 2 for 2 with 2 RBIs. Two strikes to Santiago. Smoke clearing after the fireworks shooting off. They're loud, I can tell you that.
Yeah, I get flashbacks. They gave up 3 in a row over at the old ballpark here. 3 in a row, and I think 4 in a span of 5 batters. Ooh, I'm wondering, why am I still in this game? Who's managing this thing?
You were already thinking about your broadcasting career. You were analyzing it on the mound. I have no idea why Jim DeShays is still in the game. Oh, that's me.
Are they watching the same game I am? Stay out there and take your beating.
Just below our booth. All right, so we got to come clean. We were having an off-air conversation, and the last line ended up on the air. We're talking about Mayo. Somebody heard it, and they want to know what it's about. So we're in the full disclosure mode here on our broadcast.
The press lounge had some chicken salad that had a lot of mayo in it.
Okay. And you weren't a fan?
I didn't even try it. Okay. Visually, it wasn't all that appealing. Everything else was good, though. I don't want to give the wrong impression. They do a wonderful job.
Yes, they do. Okay. Cozart fouls out. No secrets on this broadcast.
Killer Mikes.
Continues with a celebration of the 1960s tomorrow at 3:05. The Cubs host the Braves. The first 10,000 fans in attendance get a Gale Sayers bobblehead. It's the 6th of 10 special Wrigley Field bobblehead giveaways. Tickets are still available. Visit Cubs.com to reserve your seats today. Strike called on All-Star Starlin Castro. We have a fun 60s tribute in the form of Take Me Out to the Ball Game that we'll play on a Saturday. Cozart behind second, bounces a throw, picked clean by Pena.
Pena really doing a nice job over there at first base. As you mentioned, not pretty on the pop-up, but he made the play. Really good there on a couple of occasions yesterday. And now a pick on the low throw from Cozart, who's a really good shortstop. Great range, really good hands. One of the best in the league. Kind of flies beneath the radar.
Yeah, so my buddy Kurt Morrison from Tributasaurus, he worked up a 60s version of Take Me Out to the Ball Game, but not just any 60s version. He has a sitar. So we'll have to break it out this weekend. This was the one track that was left off of Sgt. Pepper. Going 2 on Valbuena.
Is he going to perform it live? Flowing ropes?
No, he has recorded it.
We should wear tie-dye polos to the ballpark.
What you're thinking. Two on Valbuena. 4-1 Reds. We're in the 4th inning.
Bailey sits comfortably at 94, 95 with that fastball. He can get up to 98. Working with a purpose here this afternoon with this early lead. That pitch,
strike 3 called,
and a real weapon for him. Well, sometimes a diamond, sometimes a stone. That pitch hasn't always been a strike this afternoon. I think it's a strike.
I think he has that spike curve grip on that breaking ball. Digs the index fingernail into the ball.
Yeah, the spike curve, it basically just gets the index finger out of the way so you can get more leverage with the middle finger pulling down on the seam.
Heater at 95 in the dirt. When Bailey's good, he's dominating. He's got 2 no-hitters already on his resume.
.50, 57 and 50 lifetime with a .424. First round pick of the Reds back in 2004. The 7th pick in the draft overall that summer. Out of Granger, Texas.
Slap the other way, but it's going to hold up for Ludwig. And that will end the inning. JD's going to have some chicken salad here during the break. 4-1. Baseball is brought to you by Budweiser, the official beer of Major League Baseball. Great times are waiting. Grab some Buds. Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati. Reds going for the 5-game series sweep and leading 4-1. Switch hitting Tucker Barnhart leading off here for the Reds. Intentionally walked his first time up. Third time on their roster this year. First 2 times replacing the DL Devin Mesoraco. This time called up when Brian Pena spent a couple of days on the paternity list. Deep center. Sweeney took a look back. He's got room on the track.
The 30th Annual Cubs Convention will take place at the Sheraton Chicago Hotel and Towers January 16th through the 18th. Room blocks are now open and can be reserved by visiting CubsConvention.com or by calling 1-800-325-3535 and asking for the Cubs Convention rate. All reservations come with convention passes built into the hotel package.
Strike to Bailey. So what do you know about Dartmouth other than Mike Remlinger went there?
Brad Ausmus went there. Got to be smart to go there.
Yes. It was established in a long time ago.
Yeah. Hanover, New Hampshire.
Yeah, 1769. That was 245 years ago, something like that. Eliezer Wheelock, the man who did it.
The Big Green, I believe, is the nickname.
Daniel Webster went to Dartmouth. The motto in Latin is Vox Clamantis in Deserto. The voice of one crying out in the wilderness.
I thought that was a Harry Potter spell you were putting on me. And Kyle Hendricks just went back last fall and finished his degree.
That's right.
After he signed, he made a commitment to his coach, to his mom, that he would finish his degree in economics. Commitment to himself. Very important to him. Pitchers usually are the smartest guys on the team. Usually won't get much argument on that. Now, Ausmus went to Dartmouth, but he didn't play baseball there. He had already signed, was playing in the minor leagues.
That's a quick inning for Hendricks. 4-1 Cincinnati at the end of 4. Time for a Honda game summary. Reds got 3 in the first inning off Kyle Hendricks making his debut. And go to Cubs.com or Twitter. Hashtag vote Rizzo. The voting ends today. Anthony leading the way currently in the National League. Start something special with great leases and low financing on a new Honda. Visit shophonda.com or visit your local Honda dealer. Sherholtz hits a ground ball right at Zach Cozart, and he's out.
Second time he's hit it in Cozart's direction. That's a low percentage play.
Baker walked to start the third. Bailey's pitch sinking low and away.
Bailey reminds me a little bit of Jeff Samardzija in that he's adopted this philosophy of early movement to try to create early outs. Two-seamer at 93 when he's capable of reaching back and throwing a four-seamer at 96. But that approach leads to a lot of deep counts and foul balls, trying to save some bullets.
Well, there are some who believe, and I buy it, that when Homer Bailey signed his 6-year, $105 million contract this past February, that maybe set the market for a guy like Jeff Samardzija down the road. Now, things can change over the next year or so, but Baker got hit. Second hit batter for Bailey. I would be surprised, well, I'd be shocked if he stays with the A's beyond next year. I don't think that will happen. But wherever he ends up by the end of next year, JD, I'll be surprised if Jeff does not go to free agency. I think that he's always been a guy who's bet on himself, and I think that's important.
Certainly now that he's been, moved from the Cubs, the organization he grew up with, and they couldn't come to terms on a long-term deal. So that's my sense too, is that he's eyeing free agency. We'll see. Maybe something develops out in Oakland.
By the way, I don't know if you've been following the stadium issue out there. The A's trying to get a new deal with the Coliseum, but the Raiders want a new ballpark soon. So push may come to shove there in terms of the A's situation. This time Hendricks gets it down and moves Baker to second.
It's the same bunt, and he had the same option to go to second base this time. He took the sure out at first.
Let's step aside and see what's coming up on WGN. You have the instructions. We will repeat, and you can repeat. You can do it as many times as you want. All you got to do is put that hashtag on Twitter, and it counts as a vote for the All-Star game. Coghlan, ball one.
Bailey, understandably a little cautious here with Coghlan. He's put 2 real good swings on him this afternoon. Drove Heisey to the wall in center field to start the ball game, and then whacked a double off the wall in deep left center. He's in don't give in mode. The 2-0 breaking ball. well placed for strike one. He's got a base open and the rookie Alcantara on deck.
Three balls and a strike.
And this just speaks to the stubbornness of pitchers, right? He's got a 3-run lead. Chris Coughlin's had 2 real good swings off of him today, but Chris isn't a notable power hitter, but he's treating him like one in this at bat.
And he walked him.
Yeah, understandable on one level because of the swings he's had, but questionable on another given the game situation. Very careful with Chris Coughlin, and now Alcantara's got a chance.
Strikeout and a sac fly for the switch hitting rookie. Two-game taste of the big leagues, replacing Darwin Barney.
Yeah, speed guy, but he's got power. Last year at the Futures game in Citi Field in New York, he hit a home run into the second deck.
Left field, Ludwig going after it. He is not going to get there. It's going to one-hop the wall. Baker scores. Coughlin will score. First major league hit for Alcantara, and he's knocked in 3 today. That's a 2-run double.
Little hug from Eric Hinsky. That ball heads to the Cubs dugout for safekeeping. Well, yeah, and not only does he have power, but he has power the other way. Ricky Renteria talking about that earlier today, saying this kid's got opposite field power. He's hit some home runs the opposite way from both sides of the plate down in Iowa. He gives this one a good ride into the left field corner. So the cautious approach to Coughlin comes back to bite Homer Bailey.
And now he faces Rizzo with a tying run at second. 4-3. A swing and a miss on a split.
Now Rizzo trying to get out in front of one of those inside fastballs he's been seeing from Bailey, and Bailey crosses him up with a good off-speed pitch.
Throw to second. Alcantara back on his feet. Bailey's 0-1. Strike 2 called on a fastball.
Can't make a better pitch than that.
Fly to center. Heisey underneath to end the inning. But Alcantara comes through. First big league hit. 2-run double, and the Cubs within 1. Nothing better. Kid gets his first hit. It's high fives from everybody in the dugout. They'll even take your helmet off for you.
Getting the royal treatment, working the gauntlet, handshakes all the way around.
Full service.
Good stuff. Big moment. A good-looking young player.
So now Hendricks with a fighting chance, trailing by only one.
Third look at him for the middle of the Reds lineup, albeit a makeshift middle of the Reds lineup.
There goes the bat out of his hands. The ball ended up in the glove of Hendricks, who throws him out. Let's look at the rest of the first half. The Cubs' Ford upcoming schedule. 3 o'clock starts the next 2 days. We'll have game 2 of that series on Saturday here on WGN. Ford, go further in any one of Ford's many fuel-efficient vehicles. Check out America's freshest lineup at your local Ford store or at localfordstores.com.
Tomorrow it's Jake Arrieta Day. He's up against talented young left-hander Alex Wood. Jake 5-1 with a .178. Wood 6-7 with a 3.14 earned run average.
Frazier cracked his bat as Hendricks got in on his hands.
Yeah, the ball just leaving his hand better after that first inning. I think just tentative, just feeling for it a little bit in the first inning. Throwing his pitches with more conviction from that second inning on. Edwin Jackson, Mike Minor on Saturday, game 2 of the series, and Travis Wood, Julio Teheran Sunday afternoon.
Frazier swings and misses, strike 3.
Yeah, fastball at 92. It looked like it may have had a little cutting action. So fourth strikeout comes on his best fastball. It really turns this one loose.
Beltran, bad news for him. 2 facial fractures suffered yesterday in Cleveland. The ball carried off the L screen and hit him right in the face during batting practice. Not a DL type injury at this point. Beltran said he had a headache the whole day, but feeling a little better. 1-2 on Pena. Did you ever get a hit during BP?
No. Well, unless you consider some of my starts BP. There were times it felt like that.
I meant technically BP.
No.
Ricky Renteria had a career-altering incident during batting practice at AAA. Got smoked in the face and missed a whole season as a result. Hendricks with a shutdown 5th. It's 4-3 Reds as we head off to the 6th.
Welcome back. The Cubs invite you to take advantage of free remote parking and shuttle services on night and weekend games. The remote parking lot is located at 3900 North Rockwell. For details, visit Cubs.com.
Strike called on Starlin Castro. It's 4-3 Cincinnati. Cubs on the comeback trail, down 4-1. Got 2 in the 5th off Bailey.
Haven't seen as much of that from Starlin this year as last. The other thing he's doing really well is just getting to fastballs. Last year he got beat by a lot of heaters. He's hitting .337 on fastballs this year. Tried to get him to bite again, close, but ruled no swing.
Whoop. Oh, that was not good.
Trainer. Something grabbed him. Low back, maybe. Man, the Reds here dropping like flies. Pointing down at the mound.
His body language would tell me he's done, because he looked right in the dugout after he walked off the mound.
I thought maybe his back had given out on him or something. Maybe he just kind of stepped in a hole and twisted a knee or an ankle. I don't know. We'll find out.
So that's it for Bailey. They lose another frontline player. So whomever is tabbed by Brian Price will have as much time as he needs. Cincinnati leading 4-3 in the 6th. We'll be back. Made a roster move today because they were short position players, so they sent Carlos Contreras out. And they have to take the starting pitcher out with no outs in the 6th inning. Very awkward landing. And yeah, you hate to speculate, but my guess would be back.
Yeah, and he pointed down to the mound, so I think his plant foot got stuck a little bit when he tried to kind of spin out there and finish his delivery. He did not look comfortable at all leaving the mound, and now Sam LeCure will take over. And the veteran right-hander, who as a minor leaguer did a whole lot of starting, and was a big leaguer where the Reds made a few starts, but it's been a while. He's been in the bullpen exclusively here in the last 3 seasons. 1-1, 3.62 ERA for LeCure. A guy you can hand the ball to and feel pretty comfortable with for a couple of innings. He's got, a nice mix of pitches: fastball, curve, slider, change, good command, not overpowering. When you watch him pitch, you think that's a starting pitcher. But he's had success out of the Reds bullpen. Last year had a 2.66 ERA in 63 appearances.
This could take a while because he hadn't thrown a pitch in the bullpen.
Okay, trivia question.
Let's have it.
Fill in the blank. Like a fill in the blank question. A little baseball history.
You have your Gene Rayburn microphone.
Bad Betty was so bad.
How bad was she?
Let's go to Charles Nelson Riley. I'm just trying to find the year here so I can be accurate with this question. By the time I find it, he may be ready to go. All right. Fill in the blank. 1934 All-Star game.
Oh boy.
Blank struck out 5 consecutive Hall of Famers in a row. Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, Jimmy Fox, Al Simmons, and Joe Cronin.
Is it a name we are familiar with?
Yes, he's a Hall of Famer. Famous for throwing a screwball. The second All-Star game, 1934. The answer.
Pitched for the Yankees?
Pitched for the Giants. Carl Hubble.
Carl Hubble. Very nice. We had some food delivered here during the
we did.
pitching change. We got chicken and waffles, and what's some other dessert item.
All right, we're just going to hang out here and eat while you guys watch Sam LeCure warm up. Got a waffle and this. Got a little of the mystery meat here. What is this?
I'm assuming chicken.
Chicken?
Yeah, chicken and waffle.
Oh, okay. Yeah, with the waffle.
Here,
I got messy fingers.
There you go. So this is a ballpark fair here in Cincinnati. There you have it.
I think, and then in more recent times, didn't Fernando Valenzuela didn't strike out? He had a run of strikeouts in the All-Star game too.
That sounds right.
Yeah. Big name, high profile, future Hall of Fame type guys.
So we await word on the Homer Bailey injury as LeCure continues to loosen. His team leading by a run. Had some tweets about that last windup. There was no pitch, to my understanding.
Well, here it is. Fernando was in 1986. He actually tied Carl Hubble.
Okay.
By striking out 5 in a row. That was in the Astrodome. With Don Mattingly, Cal Ripken, Jesse Barfield, Lou Whitaker, and then Teddy Higuera. So not as impressive as Carl Hubble, but still. Pretty good stuff by Fernando.
He struck out Teddy Higuera?
He got Teddy Higuera, the pitcher, took an at-bat in the 5th inning of an All-Star game.
So Lacure is ready.
Well, Homer Bailey pitched 5 innings. He has qualified for the win here. He's going to sit and watch his bullpen try to protect this lead for him. I saw no signs of any issues prior to this right here. You know, throughout this ball game, he wasn't favoring anything. There were no indications that anything was bothering him. But you know, it bit him bad enough where he didn't even want to take a warm-up pitch to see if he could continue.
He knew he was done. Castro sends this one down the line. Foul, just foul.
Hanging breaking ball, a bit for extra bases, misses by a matter of inches.
Tweeters want to know where you get your glasses. They're fans. 2-2.
Got these at the Seas Vision, the Seas Optical in the water tower.
Okay. Very studious.
That mention will give me a free pair, I'm hoping. It's probably who tweeted you.
2-2. Ground ball to short. Cozart makes the play. You can reach us in many different fashions. Good old-fashioned email. Good old-fashioned Facebook, and somewhat old-fashioned Twitter.
What's next?
We do accept snail mail as well, although it usually gets to us a few days or weeks after you send it. Well, it usually arrives in a couple of days, but sometimes we're on the road. We don't get our mail until we return home. Apologize. Sometimes we do get letters. Like I'll get one tomorrow on July 11th, and it'll say, "Can you wish my mom a happy birthday on May 27th?" Two to Valbuena. It's a 1-run ball game.
Valbuena happy to see Bailey out of the game. 2 at bats, 2 punch outs, 1 swinging, 1 looking.
Lacure gets him.
Tough day for Luis. A hat trick. But things have to be feeling a little better in that Cub dugout. The way the first inning unfolded, the Reds jumped on Kyle Hendricks for a 3 spot. He was really struggling, but he has settled in. Cubs have fought back, and now Bailey out of the ball game.
Again, there was no pitch on the last motion by Bailey. Twitter exploded. Was that a pitch? Should it have been a pitch? It was not. Nobody on base. It's not a balk. Sinker missed in on Sweeney. So here's the esoteric question of the day. Reds are going to win at least 4 of 5. They're trying to sweep this entire series. But if you could hang a loss or 2 on them in this series, but no injuries, would Brian Price take it? That'll drop down for Sweeney because they're going to win the series, but it cost them. The Phillips injury, don't know how serious it is. It sounds like it might be more than day-to-day, though, sprained thumb. The Hamilton one doesn't sound serious at all, and we have no idea about Bailey, but those are 3 important guys, and they put Joey Votto on the DL.
Yeah, it seems like the All-Star break is coming at the best time for that guy right there at his club. Chance for some of these nicked up players to regroup.
So short term, their week has been very successful. But the long term here, the rest of the way, might depend on all these injured guys.
The value in it for Brian Price is you can see some of these other guys play and get a sense of how well you're covered at these backup positions. And do you need to make a play there? Do you have to go out and find somebody who's an upgrade over some of your backups if you don't feel like they're capable of filling in should one of your frontline guys go down for an extended period of time? That's for me, the biggest question about the Reds right now is Joey Votto. How much is he going to be able to give them in the second half? And if you're going to give him days off to try to nurse him through the season, would you be in the market for a more experienced backup first baseman type? Maybe a right-handed hitting first baseman with a little pop.
Sure holds to right, but it's going to be handled out there by Schumacher. So the cure emergency relief here in the 6th. Gives up a hit, but no runs. 4-3 Reds. So we know about the pitch or non-pitch that sent Homer Bailey out of the ballgame, but this was earlier in the Castro at bat.
Yeah, I hadn't noticed that. I'm clearly favoring something there.
That looks like right leg, although could be hip or back. You don't know. Yeah, maybe knee
or hammy.
So there you go. That's the whole sequence.
Ludwig has proven to be problematic for Kyle Hendricks here this afternoon.
Ludwig deep to left, and it is foul. Home run distance.
Already done that once today. He also singled. Time for plan B. They're trying to go down and in, maybe. Elevated. Hit well. And luckily for Hendricks, foul. He's hit more home runs against the Cubs than any other team he has faced.
And a base hit. Now Santiago knocked in a run with a first inning single. Grounded to second his last time. And he swings and misses. Oh, 2. Outside of the fastball.
Just overthrew it a little bit in that situation. They're trying to get him to roll over on a sinking fastball. Something with movement, little action down around the knees, outer third. A good ground ball pitch. Set up a double play. Getting some funky swings and half swings at his changeup.
Two balls, 2 strikes. It's Cozart on deck. Swing and a miss. He got him.
Fifth strikeout, and it comes on a changeup. That's his best pitch coming into the season. Baseball America rated Hendricks' changeup and his command as the top in the Cubs organization. Patella tendon pain for Homer Bailey.
So his right knee. Cozart got hit. Those are the ones you worry about near the wrist area. A lot of exposed bones in that area. Athletic trainer out to check on him.
Trying to crowd with a fastball, and indeed they do crowd him. A little more run. Perhaps and Hendricks wanted to get on that pitch, probably a little higher than he wanted. Certainly was for Cozart. Examination down there at first base to make sure nothing's broken. Now you got flexibility with your grip strength. Can you squeeze? The 8th-hole hitter, and LeCure, who came in to pitch, is on deck. there is action in the Reds bullpen.
Fouled away.
Lefty Manny Parra getting ready. Barnhart considered a defense first catcher. Switch hitter, better from this side of the plate. One of 4 switch hitters on the Reds. 3 are in the lineup here today. Picking that changeup.
Good change that time.
Yeah, that'll make all of his other stuff play up. You know, the fastball is a little short. Breaking ball is, you know, not anything to get too excited about, but that changeup is devastating. If you're a contact guy, sinker baller, puts the ball in play a lot, you need something that you can get swings and misses with. And for Kyle Hendricks, it's the changeup.
So it'll be Jay Bruce, James Russell ready. If Ricky Renteria wants to go to him.
Interesting decision because Bruce has been hitting the ball out of the ballpark frequently off of left-handed pitching. He's been really good in his career in that regard.
So it looks like that'll be it for Hendricks in his debut. Kind of a mixed bag. Got off to that rough start, but after that settled in. Gave up the home run to Ludwig. And he will likely exit trailing 4-3 as Ricky will wait until Mark Wegner makes him make a call to the pen. Wow, he's leaving him in?
How about that?
Wow, okay. We'll give him a chance here against Bruce.
Yeah, I think the fact that Bruce has been doing so much damage against left-handed pitching lately, and the fact that that changeup plays well against left-handed hitters, I think that's what's driving this decision. Boy, nice test for the young right-hander.
Starts him with a fastball for a strike. Swing and a miss, 0-2.
Good run at 88, and there's some deception in that delivery too. Kind of a short arm delivery as he releases the ball. You see he draws his hand in pretty tight to his ear. Good action on this sinker. A lot of them today, early on especially, been more two seamers just kind of fading out of the strike zone. That one had good bite down.
Well, he comes through. His manager left him in, and he just struck out a tough hitter in Jay Bruce to get through the 6th. Still 4-3 Reds. Got a ball game here as we get into the late innings. The Cubs trail by a run, but they were down 3-0 right off the bat. Great work by Kyle Hendricks to settle in. And 6 pretty strong innings today on 95 pitches.
Yeah, really impressive. Ricky Renteria went out there to check on him. Gave the kid a chance to bail, and obviously Hendricks said, no, I got this. And Renteria showed a little confidence in the young guy, and he delivered, punching out Jay Bruce. And just the way he responded to that early 3 spot they dropped on him. No panic. Stuck to his game plan. Very nice. On the wrong end of the decision right now, but a good, solid major league debut for Kyle Hendricks.
Could still get the win if the Cubs could push across a couple of runs. Hard to Baker and a fastball strike.
Parr worked a third of an inning in the ball game yesterday. Faced one batter, punched him out.
Mike Holt is on deck for Hendricks. Jumbo Diaz, big burly right-hander. One-two offering, maybe a little high on a slider. Still have time to vote for Anthony Rizzo on Twitter. Polls close at 3 o'clock Central. You got about an hour and a half. You can also text N as in Nancy, N4 to 89269. Go to Cubs.com.
I heard the Florida vote is really close.
Shouldn't be. He's from Florida.
Might even be a recount. Yeah, he's carrying the Miami-Dade area. Broward County, that's in his back pocket.
Baker lifts to deep left. Ludwig goes back to the warning track, reaches up, and he's got it. Right before he got to the out-of-town board. Outside to the pinch hitter Holt. Reds bullpen with a scoreless streak on the line. Last 8 games, 18 innings coming in. 2 games away from their club record, which they set last year. They went 10 games and almost 29 innings without being charged with a run.
Bullpen ERA still near the bottom of the league, but obviously much better of late. Gotten a lot of innings out of their starters too, and that will bode well for that bullpen in the second half. Manager always has to weigh the short term versus the long term. Sometimes you just have to back off, give a guy out of that bullpen a day or two to recover. That's why it's nice to have multiple options to finish off games for you. Obviously Chapman, one of the best in the business. Got the save in last night's ball game. Struck out the side. Throwing 101, 102 mile-an-hour fastballs.
Two, he got him. Two down.
Parra's not, soft tossing lefty coming out of that pen. He's got some pretty good giddy up on that heater.
Ground ball, Santiago to his right, gobbles it up, and will stretch here in Cincinnati. It's 4-3 Reds. Time now to check out our WGN Cubs fan cam. Hey now, you're a rock star. Get the show on, get paid. Only shooting stars break the mold. It's a cool place, and they say it gets colder. You're bundled up now, wait till you get older. But the media men beg to differ, judging by the hole in the satellite picture. The ice we skate is getting pretty thin. The water's getting warm, so you might as well swim. My world's on fire, how about yours? That's the way I like it, and I'll never get bored. Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on. Go. Smash Mouth with All-Star. Tweet us your Cubs selfies at hashtag WGN Cubs. And while you're at it, hashtag vote Rizzo as well. Do it fast.
Oh, I missed fan cam? Let's do it again.
Here's James Russell. You don't have that song on your iPod?
Hey Now You're an All-Star?
Yeah.
The Shrek soundtrack featured that song. I know because my kids had it.
There you go. Ask and you shall receive.
James 0-1, 284 ERA. Was not brought in to face Bruce. Hendricks took care of that. And now he gets a stop. There we go.
the New Year's Eve thing. Let's check in on Smash Mouth once again.
Good
Ball
pitch.
one.
Didn't get the call. Mark Wegner, the home plate umpire. It's been fairly tight here this afternoon. Hitters would probably disagree. Russell's been tough on right-handers this year, and that's the reason why. His changeup, a plus pitch.
Russell was born here in Cincinnati, grew up in Texas. Deep to right, Sherholtz though with a beat on it, and he's got it on the warning track. Strike called on Jared Michael Schumacher. Call him Skip. To UC Santa Barbara, 5th round pick of the Cardinals in 01. Had a 6-hit game in 08. In 14 innings, he went 6 for 7. Strike 3 as Schumacher caught looking.
Maybe thinking he was going to get a breaking ball. Russell zips a fastball right over the heart of the plate at the knees. The guy you're most worried about in the Reds lineup, certainly today, has had a tough day. A pop up to short and a couple of punch outs. It's this man here, Frazier. A little chin music from Russell.
Inside on Frazier.
Yeah, well, the first one got his attention. The second one has really gotten his attention. He's starting to think, are they throwing at me because Rizzo got hit by Bailey?
A little stare down. I mean, you can't even see Baker. That's how far off the plate he is. Three balls, no strikes.
Hitters are always reading evil intent into the minds of the pitchers. Baker called for that fastball in. They didn't want to give him anything to swing at in this at bat. Russell trying to go in. Catches the top of the zone, inside corner.
Changeup missed, blown outside, ball 4 to extend the inning for Pena.
Yeah, really not a bad strategy there with Frazier. Again, they don't have a lot of thump in that lineup here this afternoon, so why not be careful with Frazier? You're down 1, you're in the later stages of the ball game. You got Pena coming up next, who's a switch hitter, and he's not done much at all from this side of the plate. And Frazier can run. So, has the ability to steal a bag on you. Less likely to do it with a lefty on the mound. Stolen 13 bases this year. He's been caught 5 times. Pena, 195 hitter as a right-handed batter with no home runs.
And the pitch to him is a strike. Pena, born in Havana, Cuba, defected while in Venezuela with the Cuban 17 and under national team. Back in 1999, ended up in Costa Rica. And he was 17 at the time. So 17 and under, he made the cut. Best friend as a child was Yunel Escobar as Frazier took off for second as that ball is hit foul. Discuss strategy here ahead 0-2 on Pena. Check on Frazier. Little blooper. Alcantara will get to it. And that will end the inning. 4-3 Reds as we move to the 8th. Hey now, you're a rock star. Get the show on, get paid. Alcantara 0 for 4 in his major league debut last night. Well, he's 1 for 2 with a sac fly, a double, and 3 knocked in today. He has supplied all the Cubs runs, in fact, and he will lead it off in the 8th against the Reds setup man, Jonathan Broxton.
Yeah, this is where it gets really tough here, trying to beat this Reds team in the 8th and 9th innings, because Broxton's been really good, and Aroldis Chapman is one of the best in the business. He's next. ERA of .60 for the big right-hander, who filled in as the closer while Chapman was recovering from getting whacked by a comebacker in the face in spring training. He had 6 saves and 8 tries, and he's yielding a very low batting average, just 125, 12 hits in 30 innings. Broxton, not the guy he was years ago with LA, who routinely flirt with triple digits in terms of the velocity on his fastball. Now more about location and movement.
Switch hitting Alcantara with Frazier in at third and a foul straight back.
Alcantara with a couple nice plays in the field yesterday, and today having some success in the batter's box. A good day for the Utes here. Hendricks bouncing back and pitching well, and Alcantara contributing.
Showing bunt, takes it for a ball.
Not a big guy, but he's strong. Watch him flick this ball the other way. Pretty much to the base of the wall in left. You made the comparison earlier to Jimmy Rollins. I mean, it's tough to compare a kid at this stage of his career to a guy who some think is a Hall of Famer. But the skill set and the speed, the pop in the bat.
Well, that's what we do in this game.
Yeah.
He comes up. Who does he remind you of?
Well, now, can he play that good for a long, long time? That's the question.
Two. Deflects off Broxton's glove, and that'll be an infield hit for Alcantara. Now we'll see if he can use his speed.
Ball's got a lot of topspin, hit sharply. Broxton can't corral it. No chance for Cozart to recover and make a play. Rizzo's day started by getting drilled by a fastball from Homer Bailey. He's gone 0 for 2 since then.
Still have a little over an hour to vote. Average lead by Alcantara at first. Broxton takes his time before the pitch, and Rizzo fouls out of play. You mentioned the crowd, 31,983. Gorgeous afternoon. Rizzo hits a ground ball to first. Pena steps on the bag, throw to second. He throws it into left. Alcantara on his way to third. That's a mistake by Pena. He really had no shot once he decided to go to the bag. That could be big. The tying runs at third with 1 out.
Yeah, Reds would be in trouble with Alcantara in scoring position with 1 out, but now he's on third base. Pena's made a lot of nice plays there at first base. Needs to put that one in his back pocket. Either that or go to second base initially after fielding the ground ball.
They'll have to bring their infield in against Castro. So each team with an error now. Castro here today, the site of his historic major league debut back in 2010. Since then, he's become an all-star 3 times, and he's still only 24 years old. 0-1. It was May 7th, 2010. Knocked in 6 in his first game.
I expect Gary Jones to be aggressive with Alcantara down there on third base with 1 out. With his speed, he'll be daring on a fly ball.
Roxton set, hands high, now right at the chest. And a 1-1 and a swing and a miss on 96. Love to get it done here in the 8th because Aroldis Chapman could be waiting in the wings for the 9th. He struck out the side, and maybe the most impressive outing we've seen him have against the Cubs.
Shorten up, put it in play.
Contact.
Boston finding a little something extra that time, getting to 97. It's the old Broxton that we have not seen a lot of the last couple seasons.
And a base hit to tie it. Alcantara will score. Castro makes it 4-4. RBI number 52 for Castro.
A somewhat questionable pitch selection by the Reds. With Castro down in the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. They threw him a fastball right out over the heart of the plate. There's more execution than selection. If he gets it down and away, it might work. But that one was a cookie. I thought they'd take 1 shot with the slider off the plate. Inexperience at first base by Pena leads to the error in judgment more than anything, trying to make that play at second base on Alcantara. Cubs take advantage. Hendricks off the hook. No W for Homer Bailey.
Hendricks and Bailey get no decisions. Game up to the bullpens now. Backhanded by Pena. This time he'll throw to second. Broxton covering first. 3-6-1 to end the inning. But the Cubs tie it up on the Castro single.
week. Let's take a look at the day for Kyle Hendricks. Well, 6 batters into this game. He had allowed 2 walks, 3 hits, 3 runs. Things are not looking good, but he settled in. Got the feel for the changeup, started to attack the strike zone a little bit more aggressively, found a little more giddy up on the fastball, and ended up pitching a very credible game here this afternoon. And really good after that early damage. Impressive stuff from young Kyle Hendricks. We'll take a look at the rookie report here this week in Cincinnati. Yoshi Wada making his major league debut was good. Just 1 run unearned in 5 innings. Alcantara good with the glove yesterday, good with the stick today. Dallas Beeler struggled a bit in his outing yesterday. That was his 2nd major league start. And Kyle Hendricks this afternoon, 6 innings of 5-hit, 4-run baseball. Punched out 7.
Pedro Strop.
Pedro has Ludwig, Santiago, and Cozart to deal with as he worked for the 35th time. Ludwig 3 for 3 today. A couple singles and a home run.
Strike on Ludwig. What a day he's had. 2 singles and a home run.
And not a lot of firepower down at the bottom of this Reds lineup. This is the one guy you want to be careful with if you're Strop in this inning. You want to leave him hanging a breaking ball up, out over the plate, something he can pull into the seats. Hard stuff down and away would be a pretty good plan. Here's Aroldis Chapman, the fireballer, getting ready for the 9th.
Buena will fire across in time. Strop gave up the tying run Tuesday night. Cubs could not hold a 5-0 lead early. That was a weird night for the bullpen. Schlitter, Wright, Villanueva, Strop, Rondon, all charged, each with 1 earned run.
It was a team effort,
so to speak. Yes.
Yeah. A rare bad day for the bullpen, and pretty darn good.
Santiago. Oh, that's a good slide piece for a strike. 1-2. She backed up a little bit. Pounded on the ground to Alcantara. Short toss to Rizzo. 2 outs. Scoreless in Milwaukee. It was the Tom Hanks sequel, I think. No score in the 4th. Phillies and the Brewers as Rizzo dropped it. Should have been an easy 1-2-3.
Alcantara making a nice play out at the bag. That one problematic because it looked like it almost hit the base, but he stays with it, makes a nice play, flips it over there to Rizzo. That ball's got to be caught.
Yeah, I don't know if it ever got to the dirt, did it? The throw.
Maybe a little bit, yeah. You either got to pick it or go out and get it. Anthony usually pretty adept at doing that.
He will be charged with the error. Here's Barnhart. Buchanan and Garza the matchup at Miller Park today. Garza has not given up a hit into the 4th inning.
He was really good last time too, wasn't he?
Really good. Yeah, he went the distance here in Cincinnati. Base hit left field, and trouble now. Mesoraco, the all-star, will be summoned to pinch hit.
Boy, the error opens the door, and the Reds with an opportunity to take the lead here. Done a lot of damage against the league and a lot of damage against the Cubs this year. Times when a pinch hitter comes off the bench, you'll see the pitching coach go out to the mound to go over the scouting report, but I guarantee you they've had a lot of conversations about Devin Mesoraco already.
Yeah, they have. He's at 364, 4 doubles, 2 homers in 10 games against the Cubs this season, plus 5 walks. Ball 1.
Which way you break this guy down, he's putting up very good numbers, including this situation.
No swing, says Mike Winters. Yeah, tie games, he gets 316 when they're ahead, 305 when they're behind, 302. He's just been really good.
And a slugging percentage of .607. He has the best home run rate in the National League. Goes deep every 12 and a half at bats.
Whoop, that gets by, and both runners move up. Might as well just walk him.
Yeah, he might lose his turn here. It's you know, not the easiest of decisions, because Strop is a guy who struggles with his control, and he might not cork another one, or he might walk in the go-ahead run. But it's 3 balls, no strikes on a very dangerous hitter. You're probably better off starting fresh with Izzy.
Boy, this brush fire all of a sudden is spread. Man, oh man. Should have been a 1-2-3. The error by Rizzo. Barnhart singled. Wild pitch moving him up. And all of a sudden the bases are loaded for Heisey.
Yeah, high anxiety all of a sudden here in Cincinnati. The Cubs trying to salvage 1 game of this 5-game set. A road trip that started so promising by winning the first 4 has gone south. Wow.
Xfinity Pitch Tracks liked it.
Yeah.
Mark Wegner did not.
He has not liked it most of the day. Called 1 or 2 of them down there.
Again. You could argue he just made 2 really good pitches, but he's behind 2-0. 3-0 with the bases loaded in a tie game.
Maybe Heisey would be in swing mode on 2-0, so they go off the plate a little bit. Well, I went 96. It looked like a slider. Maybe just got around the ball a little bit and cut it.
Here it comes. 3-1.
Pretty much have to do it again. Throw it in there, let him take a whack at it, and hope something good happens. Some situations where I argue, hey, there's nothing wrong with a bases loaded walk. Better to give up one than to have a guy whack one off the wall or into the seats. That's not the case here. Here in the bottom of the 8th, they got Aroldis Chapman ready to go in the 9th. From the Reds' point of view, one's about as good as 4. Give Chapman a lead, and he's likely to slam the door on you.
The 3-2 pitch, swing and a miss. He got out of it.
Oh. Houdini.
What an escape. They're pulling the fish into the boat, and it got off the hook. Pitch out of the zone on 3-2. Well, you get 2 strikes on a guy. That changes the whole game. So Strop able to strand 3. And now it's Aroldis Chapman to Devin Mesoraco, new battery for the Reds.
Save 19 came last night for Chapman. He's gotten 19 saves in 21 tries. He struck out the side. As we mentioned earlier, he was throwing 102 miles an hour. His average fastball velocity this year is 100 miles per hour. He has struck out more than 50% of the batters he has faced. So you better dial it up a notch if you're going to catch up to the fastball of Aroldis Chapman. Now the other piece of it with him this year is he's throwing his slider more frequently, and he's also mixing in some changeups. We saw him do that effectively last night as well.
Justin Ruggiano for Ryan Sweeney. He had an 0 for last night. Snapped his 8-game hitting streak. Red hot during the streak. 15 hits. Off-speed for strike one. Fastball at 100. Swung on and missed.
Gianna 2 out of 5 in his career against Chapman with a home run and a double. That double was a near miss, almost a second home run off the top of the wall. Hit the line on the basket.
Yeah, hit the rope, the yellow rope. It's very difficult to do. He walked the tightrope.
He did.
Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Now Sherholtz. I think I'd look at Ricky and go, hey, if you want to pinch hit for me,
we're good. Skip. Yeah, that's the, if you're a left-handed hitter and you're walking up to home plate to begin with, you're half expecting to hear the, hey Nate, come on back.
Was it John Kruk? Didn't Randy Johnson throwing over his head in the All-Star game? Oh, again?
Yeah, that's scary stuff. Scary for Chapman too. He knows how lethal he can be out there and screaming at him from the Cubs dugout. He's looking over as if to say, hey guys, this isn't intentional, but still it's scary stuff. Nobody has success against Chapman, and lefties obviously really struggle.
He might be a little rattled here. Sherholtz has to be. And the dugout not happy at all, as you mentioned. .102 for strike one.
Clearly there's no intent on the part of Chapman with those fastballs, but still when it's up around a hitter's head, you're going to hear it from the other dugout. Well, how tough-minded you have to be just to hang in there if you're Nate Sherholtz after those two over-the-dome fastballs.
An hour.
He's staring down the Cubs dugout.
Yes, he is. They're letting him have it. Hashtag vote Rizzo.
Yeah, well, you know, Chapman's right in that he's, you know, he wasn't throwing at Sherholtz, but he has to understand the impact that has on the other dugout. So why look in there? Just go ahead and keep pitching. If Anthony gets elected, he can talk to Chapman about it in Minnesota at the All-Star break.
They'll be teammates.
Yeah, see, just don't even bother looking in.
Heating up a little bit.
Yeah. Well, and you know, you can say, well, gee, why isn't Wellington Castillo hitting for Baker here? Well, you're in a tie game, and you got to be careful how you use your resources. The chances that anybody gets anything done against Chapman here in this inning, not great. Ruggiano's been used. Holt has been used. Lake's on deck for the pitcher's spot. You don't want to empty your bench in a tie ball game and get caught short.
Ball 4 to extend the inning. Going back to last night, he had struck out 5 in a row before this walk.
Watch John Baker after the walk. Pumping his fist and pointing to the sky.
Junior Lake.
Junior had that bat off Chapman in last night's ball game. Led off the 9th. He struck out. Pretty aggressive hack at a couple of fastballs, so Chapman starts some slider here.
Two and one. We're in the 9th. The Cubs have come back to tie it. 2 in the 5th, 1 in the 8th. Arismendi Alcantara right in the middle of all the run scoring rallies for the Cubs here today. He's knocked in 3 and scored 1.
Jackson line about Nolan Ryan. Said, well, why don't you like to hit off Nolan? Don't you like to hit fastballs? And Reggie said, yeah, I like hitting fastballs. I like ice cream too, but I don't want to shove down my throat by the gallon.
Easy ground ball for Santiago. Chapman again, not only staring at the dugout, he just waved at the Cubs dugout kind of dismissively with his glove. Bottom of the 9th, 4-4. Cincinnati. Looked like Rizzo got into it with somebody verbally, and then the Reds came out of the dugout. The bullpens have emptied. Johnny Cueto.
Fredo Simon really worked up, and the Reds are trying to work him back into the dugout. Obviously, Rizzo very upset in that last inning with the pitches from Chapman to Nate Schierholtz.
Well, as we were going to break, Chapman looked once again into the Cubs dugout and dismissively waved his glove hand as if to say, I've had enough. It's interesting, too, and to my knowledge, no warnings have been issued today, and I'm a little curious as to why they didn't warn both benches. I wouldn't have avoided this necessarily, but the tensions are as high as it could get.
Well, yeah, and again, Chapman wasn't throwing at anybody. Cubs understandably upset, however, that those pitches went over the head of Nate Schierholtz, so they were barking from the dugout. If Chapman just leaves it alone, everything's okay. But he's got a frustrated team in the other dugout. He's kind of dismissive with his reaction. And then as Rizzo went out to take his position, I think somebody said something to Rizzo. Somebody said something from the Reds dugout, and Rizzo responded.
So it didn't sound like Rizzo was upset with Simon.
He did not instigate that. Anthony, if somebody said something to Rizzo from the Reds dugout that he responded to. And ultimately, no punches thrown. 9 out of 10 guys on both sides playing peacemaker here. No ejections yet, but they're trying to sort it all out there with the umpiring crew. Now warnings are being issued to each dugout. And Mark Wegner's going to let Neil Ramirez know. I mean, clearly, again, it's not a situation. You're in a tie ball game in the 9th inning. You're not going to be throwing at people.
It was Chapman. Yeah, it was Rizzo and Chapman.
And Simon coming out in defense of Chapman.
It's like Edwin Jackson's in the middle there trying to keep everybody calm.
Yeah, well, the key is as long, once that first punch is thrown, that's when you really get nervous that something big is going to happen. So fortunately, everybody kind of keeping their cool, just trying to move the pile and keep people separated. The guys who aren't as heavily invested in the skirmish getting between the guys that are obviously really hot.
Well, we've been here a while. It's a 5-game series, and the Reds have beaten the Cubs a lot here the last few years. And you've got a frustrated team in one dugout. And obviously the last thing the Reds need is to lose more guys. They lost their starting pitcher today due to injury. Last night Hamilton and Phillips put Votto on the DL. And it's Noah's first game.
Noah's probably a little upset, I would think, witnessing that. What is going on with these guys? Meanwhile, back at the ranch, we got a 4-4 ball game, and it's the bottom of the 9th, and Neil Ramirez comes in with a 1.14 ERA. 2-3-4 up for the Reds. And if something gets away from him inside, he's likely out of the ball game. And that's the tough part.
Knocked down by Ramirez, and he'll underhand to Rizzo for the out.
So everybody out there just has to kind of take a deep breath, settle in, and get back to playing baseball. Kind of calm the nerves and the adrenaline that's pumping through those veins right now.
Ruggiano still in center after hitting for Sweeney. Two balls, no strikes.
Anthony going over to the Reds dugout reminds me of another story Nolan told from back in the day. He was pitching with the Angels, and they got into it with the Detroit Tigers. And you know all about those Tigers and all their guys.
Oh yeah. Broken bat pop up. Alcantara makes a catch.
And the baddest of the bad was Willie Horton, and he said that the bench is cleared. They're screaming, everything was going on. Everybody gets pushed back to the dugout, settled in, and everything's a little more chirping going on. So Willie Horton walked over to the Angels dugout by himself, stood in front of the dugout, and challenged the entire team. And nobody would make eye contact with him. Just put their head down. Nobody wanted him to be the guy to step out there.
I'll tell you, Anthony was ready to go. I mean, he tossed his hat and his glove down and was intercepted by Simon. He went over and he said, hashtag vote Rizzo or you'll suffer the consequences. One and one to Pena.
It's an intense game. It's a tight game. A guy throwing 102 miles an hour. Anthony was hit by a Homer Bailey fastball his first at bat.
Swing and a miss.
There's a lighter version of Anthony Rizzo there.
And we'll go to extras. 4-4 after 9. Could be all-star teammates in Minneapolis. Again, we are not exactly sure who said what to Rizzo from the dugout, but we do know that he and Chapman got close to one another as Alfredo Simon got in the middle.
Yeah, and you know, if they are teammates in Minneapolis, cooler heads will prevail. Hey, what's going on, man? And they'll each have their side of the story, and they'll move on from there. Heat of the battle stuff.
Jumbo Diaz for the Reds here in the 10th.
Well, he didn't get to 102 like Chapman does, but he can light up the radar gun as well. Hit 6 times since joining the big club. And a long and winding road for Jumbo Diaz through the minor leagues before appearing in the big leagues for the very first time this season.
Boys will be boys.
A lot of alpha dogs out there.
Pena. He looks like a first baseman, and he's not. He's just filling in.
Yeah, well, there's some guys just, you know, their build kind of forces them behind the plate, but they have really good hands, and he appears to be that guy.
Alcantara had a big day today at the plate. Sac fly, 2-run double, single, and a run. That tied it in the 8th.
Jumbo averages a little better than 97 miles per hour on his fastball. A 2-seamer there. I'll throw more 4-seamers, but occasionally a 2-seam fastball. Got a slider and a changeup as well.
Line and a fair ball. Right field corner. Going to rattle around down there, and he's on his way for third. He'll get there. It's a triple.
Boy, how about the day for young Arizmendi Alcantara? First career triple. He had a bunch of them down at AAA to go along with 25 doubles, double digits in home runs, triples, and doubles, plus 21 stolen bases. Pretty impressive offensive profile for Alcantara, and he's having a big day. The blues you hear in the background are as Anthony Rizzo steps up to home plate, and they'll do it with a chance to drive in a go-ahead run here, but he's going to take the bat out of his hand.
And a lot of boos for Rizzo after the dust-up over there in front of the Reds dugout. We got 20 more minutes to vote for Anthony for the All-Star game.
Ball jumps off that kid's bat, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. He has sneaky extra base power. He is the only player in the minor leagues with 25 doubles, 10 triples, 10 homers, and 20 steals. So Castro tied the game off Broxton in the 8th. He'll try to give the Cubs their first lead of the ball game here in the 10th. The pitch fouled away.
Boy, if Castro was comfortable, a little push bunt to the right side with Jumbo Diaz on the mound and Brian Pena at first base. Alcantara would be able to walk home.
Well, really pulled off that slider. 0-2. And he's got to dig in, which he did his last at bat.
Yeah, well, that's the pitch I thought they'd throw him in his last at bat, and Broxton threw him a fastball that stayed out over the middle of the plate, and he whacked it into center for a game-tying base hit. You ready for that ball in the dirt?
Called strike 3. Could not pull the trigger there. 2 outs. It's a jumbo strikeout for Mr. Diaz.
Well, and we talk a lot about baseball being a game of redemption. And if there was a man in the Cubs lineup today that needs a little redemption, it's Luis Valbuena. Struck out his first 3 times and then grounded into a double play last time. Now he has a chance to be a hero. Luis thought it was outside. It was a little bit. Great.
0-2. That triple by Alcantara.
Rizzo will probably take second base here. I doubt that they throw through.
And if they do, they'll probably just put on the brakes and create a rundown. I agree with you. I think the middle infielders will stay right where they are. He's not going, just outside for a ball. 2-2 on Valbuena.
Running fastballs off the outside part of the plate. 97, 98, 99 miles an hour. Valbuena usually pulls the ball, but every now and then he'll try to shoot one through that hole between third and short.
Can't believe it. 3-2. Now Rizzo will go.
Ball.
Three straight takes here to get it to 3-2. There goes Rizzo. Ball 4. To load him up.
Wow, Diaz really showing up Mark Wegner, the home plate umpire. Wegner none too happy about it. Trying that backdoor breaking ball again. Well framed, but off the plate.
Tell you what, this has the feel of a 7-game Stanley Cup playoff series. The intensity is really ratcheted up.
Any day during the baseball season, certain circumstances during the course of a game can just change the whole feel of the ball game. Wegner out to break it up. Brian Price will share his opinion of those calls. Maybe even try to take his big guy off the hook a little bit. Man, hey, young kid or inexperienced kid anyway. amped up. Don't hold it against us.
Three on, two down. And here's Ruggiano. Struck out against Chapman off the bench in the ninth, and he pops it up.
This is trouble.
Boy, I'll tell you, Justin did not run at first. If Pena makes the catch, they leave him loaded. Chicago Cubs baseball brought to you by Budweiser. Designated driver and enjoy the great times. Ford, manufacturers of America's best-selling brand. Check out our best-selling lineup at your local Ford store or online at localfordstores.com. And by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. Here's Hector Rondon. He'll try to get this game to the 11th.
Hector 1-3 with a .390 earned run average. He hasn't had a lot of luck against his Cincinnati club this year. Hung a couple of L's on him. He has 11 saves and 13 tries. League hits .260 against Hector. Fastball that sits comfortably in the mid-90s. He'll cut it. And you'll see on the radar gun typically 90 to 92. Throws a slider as well.
A couple of updates from around baseball. Carlos Beltran has gone to the 7-day concussion deal with the Yankees, and Yadier Molina, torn ligament in his thumb. He's going to miss 8 to 12 weeks. Ludwig, 3 for 4 with a home run. Swings and misses.
So I'm guessing that means Buster Posey will be added to the All-Star team with Molina down.
Good question. Strike called. Matt Garza no-hitting the Phillies through 6. 1-0 Brewers in the bottom of the 6th. He's been dealing after a slow start with Milwaukee. Outside, 97. J.J. Hoover.
Well, a lot of things conspiring against the Reds today. Homer Bailey having to leave with an injury after 5. A short bench to begin with injuries to Hamilton and Phillips. Cubs looking to take advantage, doing a nice job coming from behind in this game after losing a game yesterday in which they had an early lead. I guess it was 2 days ago where they had the big lead early. They're all running together. The 5-0 lead they got away. That happened, right? I'm not dreaming that?
It did. Yeah, game 2. The doubleheader. Yeah. Game 3 of the series.
Give us a 5-game series and we're out of our element. Tensions run high. And Marty Brennaman were punching each other out in the hallway between innings.
Now Buena plays the one-hopper.
A lot of good swings for Ludwig today. It hits his first 3 times. Hit the ball sharply here in his 5th at-bat, but he's out number 1. Sharply hit, well played by Valbuena. Knows he has plenty of time. Extra crow hop. Good strong throw across the diamond. Game where the Reds really miss Billy Hamilton, especially really in a game that he doesn't start, to be able to use him late off the bench.
Yes, Ken Rosenthal, Fox Sports reporting that Brandon Phillips' injury could keep him out a bit. Sources telling him more of a ligament issue. Sounds like the Hamilton one is not that serious. 1-out walk to Santiago.
Pretty close. Again, the corners have not gone the way of the pitchers here today.
Four in the bottom of the 10th. The pitch to Zach Cozarts right down the middle for a strike.
Santiago not a base stealer, but worth keeping an eye on.
The kick, the 0-1, fouled back. 0-2 on the Red shortstop. No-hit bid is over for Matt Garza.
He did it again.
Yeah. Jimmy Rollins broke it up in the 7th. And the leadoff single. Chase Utley followed with a base hit. 1-0 Milwaukee. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Guess who? Billy Hamilton. So day to day meant hour to hour.
That leg has to be bothering him, right? Because I think they would have used him as a pinch runner before this.
And he's batting for Diaz.
So we have to assume Phillips unavailable. Christopher Negron was called up. It's a utility type player.
Fouled back to the top of the net. Last chance now. You got 2 minutes to vote for Anthony Rizzo. Hashtag vote Rizzo. Go to Cubs.com. You can tweet or text rather. Get my social media messed up. You can text N as in Nancy N4 to 89269. Got to do it fast. Rondon's 1-1. Now 1-2.
Just overpowered him up in the zone at 95.
Fly ball to right. Sherholtz makes the catch to take us to the 11th. You got a minute to go. See how many times you can vote for Anthony Rizzo. 4-4.
Cincinnati were tied 4-4, 6 hits apiece. Parade of relievers, and now J.J. Hoover next up for the Cincinnati Reds. He follows LeCure, Parra, Broxton, Chapman, and Jumbo Diaz. He's 1-5, has a .475 earned run average. Hitting .237 against him. Worked 2 innings in the nightcap with a doubleheader 2 days ago. Was really good. Had 6 strikeouts in 2 innings of work. Showed a real nice curveball in that outing.
The 11th inning. Sherholtz digs in. pitch is off the plate. Heisey makes the grab.
It was Nate's at bat against Aroldis Chapman in the 9th inning when all the drama started. Chapman had a couple fastballs get away over the head of Shearholtz, and that got everybody's attention in the Cubs dugout. Led to a bunch of screaming and some dismissive looks from Chapman on the mound. That got everybody worked up even more. Ultimately, we had a little benches clearing skirmish.
Melee.
Yeah.
Donnybrook.
Don't know if it rose to the
Fracas.
level of Donnybrook. It was on the cusp of a Donnybrook. You gotta have a couple punches thrown before you have a Donnybrook.
Blake Parker up in the Cubs pen.
A lot of those baseball fights are like a rugby scrum without the ball. They're just kind of pushing and leaning.
You have a lot of guys backpedaling too.
Well, there's so many people, and you just never know when somebody's going to go rogue and start throwing haymakers.
Two balls, two strikes.
I've seen some relatively mild-mannered guys when they get into that situation. There's a little switch some people have, and they flip, boy. Dickie Thon was one of them. Dickie Thon, a teammate of mine in Houston, and he had a real nice career. Remember, he got beamed, and so his story was somewhat tragic. But Dickie was just a sweetheart of a guy, but things got a little testy. That blood pressure went way up.
There's a liner that's going to drop as Heisey gave it a good effort, but Baker is aboard. He's had some nice trips at the plate. 2 walks, a hit batter, applied to the warning track, and now a single.
A sinking line drive. Heisey, who made a heck of a play at the start of the ball game to take extra bases away from Chris Coughlin up against the wall. Not able to make the play on Baker. Cramping up. Long hot day behind the plate. His leg's pretty weary right now.
Wellington Castillo. So he pinch hits for Rondon.
Cubs bench has been emptied. Castillo likely stays in the game to catch.
A 4-4 tie here in extras. Cubs 3-6 in extra innings. The Reds 3-3.
Dangerous pitch by Hoover. Backup breaking ball in the inner half. Castillo's last home run came 8 days ago in Fenway against Felix Doubront. In case you were sitting at home wondering, when's the last time Castillo hit a home run?
That was on this road trip, believe it or not. Bounce, diving stop, Cozart, the flip, the turn, double play, 6-4-3. Cozart might not win a Gold Glove, but he's played that caliber of defense in this series. Still tied. Cubs 4, Reds 4. Blake Parker will take over here in the bottom of the 11th. Back up from Iowa here recently. And Devin Mesoraco will lead off. He came in as a pinch hitter in the 8th and stayed in behind the plate. Cubs trying to avoid their 7th consecutive defeat to end this road trip after winning the first 4. Certainly not going to go down without a fight, almost in the literal sense, as the benches cleared before the bottom of the 9th. Baseball on WGN, produced by Mark Brady, directed by Skip Ellison, associate produced by Doug Stanton, executive producer Bob Vorwald. Joe Pizzo is our studio coordinator back in Chicago. Great work by our entire crew here in Cincinnati. We told him you'll be sick of us by the end of the series, and they said by Tuesday night they were feeling that way.
Like Ben Franklin's line about guests. After 3 days, it starts to smell like fish. Time to get rid of it.
I don't remember that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
So house guests are like fish. After 3 days, starts to smell bad.
Your guests start to smell bad after 3 days?
Well, it's like fish. If you keep fish around for 3 days, it starts to smell bad. And you need to get rid of it. So the same idea with house guests. In 3 days, in and out. Here's the interesting thing. The Cubs have lost 6 in a row. If they win today, and this is a day-to-day baseball, and that's all that really matters, day-to-day business, they will have gone 5-6 on this trip. If you were to ask Ricky Renteria, in all honesty, before this trip, if you go 5-6, would you take that or what's behind the curtain? He would say...
He'd think about it.
Yeah, he would say 5. He would, in his mind, he would say, absolutely, I'll take 5-6. Publicly, he would say, no, we want to win every game. That's what managers say. That's what they're supposed to say. But, you know, embarking to Boston, Washington, and Cincinnati, long trip, young club. 5-6 would be, you know, you would absolutely take it. You can, once you put 4 wins in the bank at the start of the trip,
real green.
Yeah, you want. Poor man wants to be rich. Rich man wants to be king.
2-1 on Mesoraco.
Such a tough role when you're that guy in the bullpen who's kind of like the last guy, and you pitch in, either mop-up role or a game like this. You got a tie game. It's rife with tension on the road, trying to snap a losing streak.
Ken Rosenthal just tweeted a source telling him that Brandon Phillips is going to have thumb surgery tomorrow. Torn left thumb ligament. So that'd be very similar to Yadier Molina. Wow. Those will be two huge injuries here in this Central Division. Full count, 3-2 on Mesoraco. Lost in the shuffle earlier. Aroldis Chapman extended his strikeout streak, 39 straight appearances with at least one strikeout. That has tied the modern day record for a reliever set by Bruce Sutter back in '77 with the Cubs. Castro foul ground, makes the catch. One out, it'll bring up Heisey, the leadoff man today. Reached in the first on a walk and scored. 0 for 4 since. Bunted foul. Now John Fay covers the Reds. The Cincinnati Enquirer also tweeting the same info. So yeah, Brandon Phillips is going to miss a significant amount of time, it appears.
Well, Jockety, you're on the clock.
Yeah. Side of their infield will end up on the DL here this week. And that guy may get some more playing time. Skip Schumacher to play second in the outfield. Swing and a miss, strike 3 for out number 2.
Fourth punch out this afternoon for Heisey. Day started so well. Great catch in the outfield, walk and scored. It's gone downhill. You talk to anybody in St. Louis, who's the player the Cardinals can least afford to lose, and Yadier Molina is going to be pretty much unanimous.
Lined and caught by Valbuena to end the inning, which will take us to the 12th. It's the Cubs 4 and the Reds 4. Back here in Cincinnati, we go to the 12th inning. Final game of this long series. Cubs tied it up in the 8th inning with a run off Jonathan Broxton. And that ended the Reds' long scoreless streak in terms of their bullpen. They had gone 8 consecutive games without their relief staff being charged with a run. Hoover stays in, facing Coghlan, Alcantara, and Rizzo. Voting has closed for the final All-Star spot in both leagues. If we get word on the final voting, we will obviously pass it along to you ASAP. Hashtag ASAP. Breaking ball strike. A curve to Coghlan.
Yeah, and somebody out there in the Twitterverse is going to win Anthony Rizzo spikes from today's game.
That's right. He is going to give them to one of his Twitter followers in appreciation for all the support. And who knows, maybe the little skirmish made people vote even more for him, so he might give a pair of shoes to Aroldis Chapman when he gets to the All-Star game.
Or whoever was popping off in the dugout. That kid has had a day. He's next. Alcantara.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. Have you seen the new Godzilla movie?
No, I've not.
I haven't either. I really want to. I hear it's really good, but I'm wondering if they should maybe shoot the next Godzilla movie here in Cincinnati. And I just envision Godzilla coming up and grabbing those light standards and brushing his teeth. Doesn't that look like a big toothbrush?
Well, that's what they call those. Those are called toothbrush lights.
Yeah.
And then he'd rip the flagpole out and floss with that.
Alcantara is a homer away from the cycle. Double, single, triple his last 3 at-bats. That double knocked in a couple. Breaking ball outside, 1-1.
Yeah, whacked one into one corner, yanked one down the other line. Single in the 8th to lead things off. Sharply hit up the middle off the glove of Broxton. So he's kind of put his skill set on display here. Speed and power. Hasn't hit the ball out of the ballpark, but he's hit the ball hard. Here comes the speed.
Frazier bare hands. Safe at first. Give him 4 hits today.
Yeah, he can motor. Watch him go. If he steals, they probably walk Rizzo. So I imagine they're giving him a don't go anywhere. He says they'll watch this at bat develop a little bit.
Fouled back. Crowd has thinned as we near the 4-hour mark today, but a lot of the Red fans letting Rizzo hear what they think about him after a disagreement.
Where's everybody going on a pretty day like today?
I don't know. Foul into the Reds dugout.
Can't leave church until they sing the final song. This game isn't decided yet.
By the way, Alcantara, kind of funny, hitting .444, his on-base percentage .400 because of the sac fly. That ball hit a ton, but he pulled it way foul.
And the way he's been swinging here lately, I imagine Brian Price is watching this at bat with one eye closed.
Swing and a miss, strike 3.
He can open his eyes now. Well, Hoover is piling up the strikeouts here in these relief outings against the Cubs.
And the pitch that almost hit him off the plate in.
Now maybe time to try to steal second base. Hoover holding the ball, trying to deaden the legs of Alcantara over there at first base.
Wide for ball 1.
Gary Jones with the signs. Eric Hinsky into the ear of Alcantara.
Hoover pretty quick to the plate.
Yeah, I had him at 116 on my iPhone.
Okay. One, 3, kind of the cutoff.
Yeah, I think if a pitcher's 1-2, that's really tough. With an average catcher back there. Mesoraco has been pretty good this year.
Slider. Castro said no, but Wegner's opinion the only one that matters.
Most of the day, that's been a ball.
Check on the runner, Alcantara.
Now, Castro obviously has extra base power. He's among the league leaders in doubles. He's hit 11 home runs. That's one of the reasons you don't send Alcantara. But in a pitcher's count, he's less likely to do damage. So I think it makes more sense even now than it did at the start of the at bat. A lot of things in play. Sometimes there's some hitters that get a little jumpy with a runner in motion. Might be inclined to chase a bad ball. Got a kid his second day in the big leagues. Just trying to feel his way. Maybe not comfortable with his jump.
A bouncer toward left. Cozart will throw late to first. Infield single. Starlin Castro. They're at first and second. With Valbuena coming up. Starlin grabbing the right side of his chest.
Cozart with another outstanding play, but not enough time to get Castro. Pushing hard.
Quite sure what happened. Pena will play behind him. Alcantara now the runner at second. And ball one to Valbuena.
Castro continues to reach for that spot. It looks like a pectoral muscle, maybe.
Two and 0. Kyle Hendricks, long gone from this game, made his big league debut. He went 6 innings, charged with 4 runs, but 3 of those came in the first inning. Seemed to be a little jumpy, walked the first too many faced, but got a lot better after that 9-batter first.
Yeah, a couple things you take away from that start by Hendricks. One, he's got a plus changeup, and that's going to make all of his other stuff play a little better here at the big league level. So stuff-wise, I think he's going to be fine. He's not an overpowering guy. He's got really good command. He struggled with it early. He got squeezed by the home plate umpire as well. But just the way he responded, a lot of guys' first big league start after giving up 3 in the first would be, out of there by the 3rd. He just settled right in.
Swinging 3-0, and he pops it up, but he's going to get another chance.
He did not let the moment get the best of him. I've seen some young guys out there, whether it's walks or, getting hit around, and you just see him kind of pacing around the mound, mopping the brow, deep breaths like, oh my goodness, I'm never going to get out of here. He just continued to work at his normal pace.
Hit in the air to deep right. Way back toward the wall. Off the glove of Schumacher, and he's down. A couple of runs will score. Valbuena on his way to 3rd. He's going to be sent by Gary Jones. And he will be out at the plate. And Ricky's going to come out. The Cubs have the lead as they get 2 runs. And I think they're going to challenge whether Valbuena was obstructed, maybe.
I don't know. Valbuena, I think, thinks he got to the plate before he was tagged. What a big swing of the bat by Valbuena. It had been an awfully tough day for him, but he delivers when they needed it most. I think he's out. Yeah. Luis always thinks he's safe.
It's worth challenging. We're in extra innings.
It was close. It was close. Misses him there. Nothing's been decided yet. Boy, tough to tell. It would be, based on what I've seen, I couldn't overrule. Not sure I could confirm it, but
meanwhile, Schumacher really banged into the fence out there in right. Looks like it's an obstruction non-manager challenge. Crew chief.
Oh, so this is
led. Yep.
So this is the catcher blocking the plate.
And then in the process, they can also see if the tag was applied early. So it's kind of a 2-for-1, so to speak.
Rule 7.13 is the home plate collision rule.
And I don't expect the Cubs to come out on top here, but they are leading the ball game no matter what. That would have been a home run, by the way.
Sure would have been.
As it is, it's a triple.
He was blocking the plate. He was blocking the plate before he got the ball. That should be overturned.
Yeah, they might now. Let's see.
There's no lane. There's no lane for Valbuena to run to there.
Now, Luis could have run him over. My understanding is you can run the catcher over if he gives you no lane.
Yep.
Okay, so here he's in front.
I don't see. I guess they could argue he's giving him the back corner of home plate there before he gets the ball. Once he has the ball, he's in his. It's his right to block home plate. That's a tough one. But the first look we had at it looked like he wasn't giving him any lane. That is such a tough play for the catchers.
Well, here we go. Looks like we're going to get our answer. And the call confirmed or standing, however you want to put it.
Curious to hear the explanation on that.
Yep. Cubs lead 6-4 in the 12th. Hands as Valbuena tagged out, trying to make a triple into an inside the park home run. Now there's some padding on those posts out there on the fence, and Schumacher went face first into it, but then he got up and made a really nice throw to Brian Pena.
Yeah, and I think technically they missed this call at home plate. It looked to me like there was no lane. First, the replay again on the effort by Schumacher. Just a tremendous try. And he picks a little second to gather his wits and heaves this ball back into the infield. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to tell. This has been a wild baseball game.
Mike Winters is the crew chief. They don't make the call. They ask New York. So Parker now can get the win. I guess he can kind of save it for himself unofficially.
Well, 5 scoreless from the Cubs bullpen so far this afternoon.
Frazier went around. Think. He did. Yep.
Russell, Strop, Ramirez, Rondon, now Parker. They've allowed 1 hit. 3 walks, 5 punch-outs from the pen today.
Yeah, the whole lane thing, and when a catcher is allowed to catch the ball in that lane, I mean, it does get a little fuzzy. It's one thing to write the rule, but then it's another thing to enforce it. And again, as I said the other day, wait till we get to the playoffs.
Yeah, it just seems like there's got to be some more clarification on that. And then the other thing the base runners have to remember, they are within their right to hit the catcher. The rule says they cannot go out of their way to make contact with the catcher. But if the guy's in the baseline, you can hit him.
2-2. Phillies coming back and now leading 5-1 at Milwaukee. 5 runs in the 8th inning. They're going for the 4-game sweep. Drilled into right. Just kind of knew that it was going to be like this.
Not going to go easy, yeah.
Big league debut, Kyle Hendricks had a 4-hit performance in the 2nd game of Alcantara's major league career. We had tensions building, a couple of inside pitches from Aroldis Chapman in the 9th. He and the Cubs dugout got into it, then Anthony Rizzo got into it with the Reds dugout. Benches cleared briefly. And we're now in the 12th inning. I'm probably missing a few things along the way, but those are your highlights.
I think you pretty well nailed it.
Fly ball to center. Sounded good, but it's going to be caught by Ruggiano.
Baker out to have a chat with Parker, with Ludwig coming up. He's had good swings today. He's hit the ball hard 4 times. He has 3 hits. 1 has left the ballpark. That's a pretty good pitch right there. Live right there. Ludwig looking for something he can pull. If he tries to pull that, he's probably not going to do much with it.
And fouled back. The 2-strike pitch. We'll have to wait. Ludwig drafted in 1999 by the A's. Debuted with Texas in 2002. Didn't really make his mark until he got to St. Louis in 2007. Had a really good career with the Cardinals. 37 homers in an all-star bid in 2008. Struggled in San Diego and in Pittsburgh. He's found a home here in Cincinnati. He's been here since 2012. Injury problems last year. Remember, he got hurt on opening day. Shoulder injury. Missed 116 games. Another 0-2 from Parker, and Ludwig went. Mike Winters rings him up. Two down, in the 12th.
A good job there by Parker and Baker. They took one shot up and in, but they made sure it was well up out of the zone and not in the danger zone. You see it there, number 4 on the pitch tracks. Everything else was away and down, staying away from his power.
Frazier's going to take second and not be given a stolen base. Oh, and 2.
You can never be too sure. One more conversation to make sure they're on the same page as they try to finish off this ball game.
The 0-2 pitch, she just was able to stay alive. Parker last year 49 appearances at .272, only his 5th game here 2014, looking for his 2nd major league win. And here's 1-2. He's lifted foul to left, out of play. It's Cozart on deck. Swing and a miss. Cubs win. 2 innings for Parker. Luis Valbuena with a 2-run triple to win it in the top of the inning. Anthony Rizzo hopeful of making the All-Star team. And what a day for Arismendi Alcantara. 4 hits.
Cubs score 6 runs. He drives in 3 of them, scores twice. How about that for young Arismendi Alcantara?
And the Cubs snap their 6-game skid. They end the trip at 5-6. The final score today in 12 innings. The Cubs 6 and the Reds 4. We'll be back.